Hello again, everybody. This is Derek. I'm coming back at you with another Wargaming miniature video. I've turned the camera on about 30 minutes early, so I'm going to move the microphone out of the way. If you want to chat with me, you're welcome to, but the microphone is getting pushed. I'm digging out all my paint. I know, right? It's crazy. But I plan to go through my paint bottles before we do the painting on the French. I still have some French models that need to be painted for a commission. We're going to do that, but we're going to do that after I get organized. I ordered some new paint. Basically, I was trying to find some place to put it. Like either in my spinner or on my racks. I have two more racks like this. My plan was originally to hang these on a wall. And then I would have my paint like hanging up behind my monitors or something like that. But they're not really built for wall hanging, unfortunately. Okay, and since I've emptied these racks, which I don't do that often, I'm going to take this opportunity to clean behind, under the racks, because it looks like there's a little bit of model residue back here. Like a little bit of metallic flash, plastic from decals. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now I'm thinking about emptying the spinner as well. Mainly just so that I can check to see if I have any duplicates. That's what I'm really afraid of. Not afraid. I already know I have some duplicates. Like my Elven Flesh, I already know I have a couple of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all my AK. I'm going to do it by brand, I think. AK is so much easier to find because they have these easy open bottle tops, right? They have the best bottle tops. But the downside with the AK in the spinner is if I put it in the top rack, which I guess you can't really see, if I put it on the top rack, the bottle, like let me rephrase that, if I mix it, like some Vallejo, some AK, the AK bottle sticks up quite a bit, and I can't just put stuff up there that sometimes when I'm working on a project, I'll take and I'll put a box or something up there, and if it's intermixed with all these top-heavy bottles, then it won't fit. Now, I could put these Vallejos face up, right? Well, this is actually a army painter, but I could put them face up like this, and then you'll have the same, very similar heights. But you really should store any of your paint bottles your Citadel, your P3, your Tamiya bottles, your Vallejo, Army Painter, anything, any paint bottle that you have, you really should store it upside down. It applies, the paint sits on the opening, right, the bottom, and that pressure keeps any air from getting into your bottle. So it actually prolongs the life of your paint where it doesn't dry out. Okay, so I think I'm ready to get going, to get organized. These paints I'm going to take down. I have a tub here that I'm going to put any of my extra paint. I'm going to put it in this tub and then either leave it in that tub because I've got a million extra tubs, or I'll put them in, because like I said, this is one rack, this is two racks. I've got 3 and 4. I got a total of 4 of these up on the shelf over there with a lot of my washes in. And so I got an excessive amount of washes. So I might take the washes and put them in this tub and then put all these excess colors up there in order. I wish I could have put 3 of these racks. Well, my original plan when I built this table, because I built this table, was to have all 4 of these racks on the table. I was going to put, when I didn't have this spinner, I was going to have a rack here, a second rack there, and then it was going to be like an L shape, right? Well, then I found this online at, oh shoot, what's the name of that company? TT Combat? Yeah, they make like MDF buildings and terrain and stuff like that. But they also make these paint racks. And I think they discontinued this paint rack, unfortunately. But I went in and bought it, thinking, for some reason, I thought it would spin. And it won't. So I had to buy a Lazy Susan down there. So, and then I just sit it on there. And now it works perfect. It's like super awesome. Okay, so let me get started. Oh my gosh, I got my headset on, by the way, because I'm actually listening to a Titans podcast, how they're complaining about how the Titans played in this last game, which is true. They played horribly. They played the worst. Okay, if you guys are here early, remember we're not getting started till 9:30. Or we'll get started when I'm getting done with this, actually. Okay, there's a lot of AK that I don't know. Okay, I'm getting distracted by this live stream, so I'm going to turn it off. Yeah, I just turned it off. I won't need this. There we go. It's powered down. Let's plug this in. And let's get this show on the road. I fell in love with AK over the weekend. I've had AK for a long time. I've owned AK, but and I've used it. I use it a lot. But this weekend, I made a video, which I haven't uploaded yet, but I recorded it already, and I haven't edited it or edited it. Now I haven't edited it yet, so it you can't see it yet. And as soon as I get it edited, it'll be uploaded obviously, because that's what I do. Yeah, I'm just putting them up there right now. I'm not even really organizing them. I'm just trying to find all my AK paint. And it's easy to locate because they've got these weird bottle tops. Yeah, so I did this video where I compared all of my field gray paint from all the different manufacturers. Army Painter, Vallejo, Tamiya, AK. I even had a couple of varieties of field gray from each of those manufacturers. And I put them on popsicle sticks. What I did was I primed these popsicle sticks in 4 different colors. I primed them in white, gray, black, and brown, so I could compare each of the field grays and how they is really kind of a multi-purpose. What primers were, or what base coats reacted the best with the field grays, and then also which field gray was a good field gray, because I have my own personal opinion of what field gray is supposed to look like. And so in this video that I'm making, I've already put the paint on the stick, recorded them, let them dry, all that stuff. So I was going to take some pictures of field gray uniforms and put them up on the screen at the same time to help compare them. Okay, so while I was messing around with this field gray, I pretty much at that moment fell in love with the AK field gray. And I've been kind of in love with AK recently. They've got a lot of colors that are more accurate, if that makes sense, to what I want and what I need. Wow, I didn't realize I had this many AK. I thought I just had a smattering. Light Prussian blue. Okay. Everything else on this spinner is Vallejo. Right? You think? Right? I think. Okay. Now I am going to have my paintbrush spinner right here, which usually makes it extremely hard for me to get to about this many of the paints. So I will put paints in this area that I normally don't ever use. That's that was the idea of that. Okay, so I don't know if I don't think I have any duplicates of AK. British uniform, brown base, mud brown, red brown, green brown. You know, we gotta love that green brown. This is wrought brawn, which I have a feeling it's just the German. Yeah, see, they look different. Hull red. Didn't even know that I had that color. Chocolate chipping. Yeah, it's just chocolate is the name of the color. And this is grim brown. They make a black brown, and you would think grim brown and black brown would be the same, but they're not. Okay. Now, cork is definitely used for SS, as well as the orange tan. But this sickly pink, I don't really think I'm going to use it very often. Okay. What's this? Denison tan. Okay, I consider that to be kind of a British brown, actually. Decomposition flesh, which is really just kind of a desert. Light earth color. Okay, I think I might put this Denison over here. And then Dunkelgelb. There we go. Okay, pale blue. Okay, burnt umber. That's definitely a dark brown. And okay, now this is the British number 15 olive drab, which I don't really like very much. So it's going to go over here in my collection of not using those very often colors. Okay, so this is light green, right, which I will use in camouflage. And this is golden olive. Oh, damn. Okay, I got some more paint here that I need to intermix with the ones that I already have. These guys. And these guys. Okay. See, here's a red brown. And I already have a red brown. Part numbers are the same. So this is going in the tub. Okay. Canvas tone. That right there. And this is ochre khaki, which is really good for paratroopers. Field drab. Those are all perfect colors. Love them. Okay. I got this color by accident. It was included in my Apricore. Hey, go for it. For some reason that didn't populate. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, it doesn't like you. Hang on. I'm gonna fix my widget here. I wonder if I can still copy and paste. I wonder if I've messed with that at all. Well, it looks like I can paste it. Loading. There we go. Boom. He says hello. Yeah. Well, hello. Go for it. Now, we're a little early. We're actually right on time, actually. Okay, so let me just go ahead and start my show. Hello again, everybody. This is Derek, and I'm coming back at you with another Wargaming and miniature video. In today's video, we're going to basically do a Wargaming Weekly, which is when I work on my hobbies situations, I paint or whatever, and we sit and we talk about variety of hobby related things, or anything you want to talk about. I'm willing to talk about anything. Okay, so back to my disaster you see on the table here. This is only about a third of my paints. I plan my plan before I start painting those French that I've got over on the table is I'm going to dump all the paints out, and then I'm going to organize them. And here's one. I'm going to organize them and any of my duplicates, because I know I have a handful, 10 maybe, duplicates. I'm going to take the extras, I'm going to put them in a tub and save them for when I need them. Okay. Got that out of the way. Also, I noticed that my washes, when I get low on a wash, you can hear the rattler inside. When I'm, like this one is almost empty. Like when it's empty, I plan to take that rattler out and put it in another paint bottle somewhere. Wash it off, put it in another paint bottle. So I've been saving a few of these empty wash bottles. I need to go through them and figure out which ones are empty and which ones aren't. Okay, so speaking back of this algae green, I ordered the Africa Core set, which is this Africa Core set, and I got some paints out of it for the green uniform or the tan uniform. And the green uniform has 3 green colors, which only came with these 2 green colors, and the third green color it was supposed to have, which is like a dark green. Actually, what part number is it supposed to be? I wish my eyes were better. 11153, right? That's 11160. There is something called dark green. That's gunship. That's dark. 11410. So I don't have the... Okay, there's a black green. I think I just looked at that one. Yeah, so I don't have the dark green that was specified in that container. So, I sent them an email saying, hey, no big deal. I have the wrong color. It's an algae green, which is right in that color line. So I don't think it's a problem. It's just that I didn't get the right one. I said, you don't have to send me anything. Don't worry about it. I'll be perfectly fine with what I have. Okay. Waffen green, German olive green, field gray base, black green, gunship green, dark green, olive drab base, which is one of my favorite olive drabs. Okay, rubber black is going to go somewhere else. And then this is field gray. That was field gray green. This is just field gray. That was part of the test, right? Okay. The brass and the natural steel. Put them right there. Okay. This is green uniform base, which is really good for American green uniforms. And then this is the light green uniform. I think this would be good for highlights. This is dark brown, which I don't think I've got a dark brown. I got chocolate, mud, brown base. Yeah, so this is a dark brown, which is excellent. What is this? Burnt umber. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to take this grim brown, put it right there, because those are all super dark. Canvas. Ochre khaki, gonna move that over. Field drab, perfecto. Okay, and this is going to be desert uniform base, which I think will work really well right there. And then tan yellow. I've got orange tan and Denison tan. Tan yellow. Those two guys look almost very similar. And then U.S. olive base uniform. Okay, I'm not sure. And then dark olive green. Good for helmets, I think. Okay, and those are all my AKs. And I did have a duplicate. I had that red-brown. And that's what we're trying to do. The reason why I'm even bothering with this is because I'm anticipating... Well, actually, I've already ordered some more AK paint. I did it this morning. I went through and I said, I want to get some AK, and I want to get some colors that I don't already have, or colors that are closer to what I'm looking for. And so I ordered them. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, give me a second. So I've got this specialty tea that you can, okay, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you order one, it's like a bundle. You order one pack and you get like 6 different flavors of tea. It's from Stash, which I think is the Amazon brand. But they taste really good, and their tea bags are really strong. I usually don't have any problems with their tea bags. So I actually enjoy the Stash tea. I would recommend. Now, I received, you know who you are, I received from one of my viewers Kraus. I don't know if you guys have seen him. He does videos of the Kraus collection. He sent me some tea, and I've had a chance to try three different flavors. I haven't tried the fourth flavor yet, but they're all good. Thank you. I just like a variety. I go through and try different flavors at different times. But what my point is, I tried this not thinking I was going to like it. I said, oh, that's going to be gross, you know, but since I've got a whole box of it, I might as well try it. And now I'm in love with it. It is pumpkin spice. I didn't think I was going to like pumpkin spice, but I do. I does. Okay. So here's something called Elemental Bolt. We know it's a turquoise. It's a turquoise of some kind. And then this guy right here, Hydra Turquoise. How often do I paint with turquoise? Never. Okay. So these are going to go in my little area down here of paints that I never use. This whole section here. Wait. Oh, this is the SSC number 15 olive drab, which is the British olive drab, which I never use. I really don't ever use that. Sickly pink. I know I only have one pink out of my AK, so I'm not putting it in my tub, but I am putting it over here because I'm probably never going to use it. I probably should just put it in the tub, but just in case, I left it right there. Okay, so I'm going with some odd colors first because it'll be easier for me to identify which ones are which. Okay, I'm going to get out all my reds and yellows. I really want to put all my flesh in here on a spinner. Okay, dry rust. I use that sometimes, so I'm not putting it away. This is Alien Purple. Wait, hold on. What the hell? This is Rosa Pink. Sickly Rosa. Alien Purple. I'm going to put it on the top because I will use that from time to time. Centaur Skin. How often have I used Centaur Skin? I've never, ever, ever used Centaur Skin, but I have it. Now I know I've got a couple of these. These are Elven Flesh. I'm going to put one in the tub, and I might keep that out. I don't know. Okay, these are all my flesh tones. Okay. These are all... Okay. Dropped one. I did order one more flesh tone in my newest AK order. But that's okay. Okay. Flesh tone. Oh yeah, face down. I'm just getting these out, just for the hell of it. I'll probably be getting out my metallics next because that's easier to figure out. Okay, double checking these yellows just to see if any of them might be a odd flesh tone, because some of these are a little bit, you know, yellowish. Don't think so. I think these are all good. Those are all yellows. Okay. Flesh tones. We're going to put dark flesh tone. Come on, you bitch. There you go. Okay. Tanned. I don't think I've got any other tanned. And if I do, it'll be tub action for it. Okay. I'm putting these in because I use them the least. Sunny skin tone. That's kind of Donald Trump. No, I don't. Not using that very often. Elven flesh. I already put the other elven flesh over there. Perfect. I am going to take this AK basic skin tone and put it right there. That's the one I'm planning on using. And barbarian flesh is very popular with the ladies. Flat flesh is also very popular in my head. Okay, and then we got medium, which is just a little bit dark. Basic, it's kind of light. And then there's highlight, which is very light. Okay, that leaves 2 slots. And I only ordered 1 flesh. That's good. Okay, it's always good to have a little empty spot. Okay. All right. Let's do metallics. I planned on putting the metallics in the spinner. I might not. I have so many of them. But I have metallics that I'm probably not ever going to use. So, okay, wet mud. I got dry rust and wet mud. There we go. Those guys can go there. Yeah, I might have to put them into 2 different layers or levels. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to put my metallics in 2 levels. Okay. Now let's stand up my metallics. Oh, I haven't taken these out. I'm like, where did all my metallics go? Oh, I haven't even taken these out yet. Now there's different brass colors, different bronze colors, different gold, and some of them I'm like, why do I even have this color? I'm never going to use it. Or let's just use this as an example. Gunmetal. I might have 3 versions of gunmetal from different manufacturers, and they all do look a little bit different than their counterparts. That's why I've been keeping them. But I don't know what I want to do with that. Yeah, look at all these metallics. And some of these are probably duplicates. I was having a hard time grabbing with these cozies on. Okay, let's just double check. See if I have any other metallics out here. Hiding. Doesn't look like it. Yep, okay, doesn't look like it. Blue-gray. Okay, I do plan to use that. Okay. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. We got natural steel and brass. Okay, brass. Here's another brass. See what I mean? This is brass. I've got 2 Vallejo brasses. And then this AK brass is the better looking brass in my opinion. That's bronze, okay. That's greedy gold. Okay. Bright gold, bright. See, there's 2 bright golds. Weapon bronze. Okay, so I'm going to keep both of these. I'm going to put the AK one, the Vallejo one, all the way in the back. I'm going to put the AK one because I'm planning on, if I have an option, to use the AK as my go-to. Okay, put that right over there. Okay. What are we looking at right here? Oily steel. This is also going to be a go-to for Napoleonics weapons. So that's going to be up front. I love plate mail for like actually plate mail. That's gunmetal gray, gunmetal silver. Now here's some natural steel, but when you're looking at that steel and this steel, it is darker, almost like gunmetal. And I know I only have one of those, so it's going in there. What did I say? Shining silver, and here's shining silver as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah, silver would be very, very useful. Okay. greedy gold. I've only got one greedy gold. Okay, but I do have two of these bright golds. Now this is chainmail silver. I know I only have one of those. And this weapon bronze, I really don't like this color. I'm going to tell you, I really don't like it. I'm going to put it down here in my, I'm never going to use that color area. But this bronze I actually love for bronze. You know what? I'm going to put it on the second layer like I said. This old gold works really well for Roman accoutrements. And then both of these are gunmetal. But I haven't really touched this gunmetal ever since I've gotten this gunmetal. And even then, I don't really touch this. I usually use the P3. So maybe I'll put this gunmetal down here in the I almost never use it area. And I put this gunmetal here. Okay, I had a big sneeze there. I had originally planned to start painting at 10. But then I decided to go ahead and push this video up a little bit. I could put this gold or one of these other golds over here because I have space in my flesh. Maybe a color I don't use that often. Like this greedy gold. I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. That way this guy can come down here. Okay. It still leaves me with a spot open here for that one flesh tone that I ordered. Okay. Pull all the reds out. Okay. All right. All the reds. Oh, what's happened to this color? It looks like it's dried out. Might need some reconstituting. But basically, I ordered this color to replace it anyway, so luckily we're good on that. Okay, so that is pretty much all the reds. Pretty easy to, and that's only 8. So I've got more than enough room to put all the reds in there. Okay. This is intense red. I got it because it was like intense. You know? You feel me? Okay. And then there's carmine red, which I never use. There is scarlet blood. The one I put over there is actually called scarlet. This one is blood or bloody red. It's a model air color, so I'm not so hot on that. I was using flat red a lot because it's just a good deep red. And then this is danger red. And then this is pure red. Okay, it looks like there's going to be some open spots. And this might be a transition from red to orange, because this is red-orange, which I was using as my salmon for like Burgundians, not Burgundians, Brunswickers. I think it might be the 3rd Battalion line and the 3rd Battalion of Light. I think use salmon. And so I was using this red-orange. But knowing that in this most recent order, I did order salmon. So that'll go in there. Do I have any real orange? The only real orange is this guy. Plus the orange I have over there in the bottles. Which whenever I use orange, I always go to the bottle. There's not really enough space there for yellow. So we're going to do okay, my blues are going to go somewhere completely different. Second layer, second level. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm going to try my yellows in here. Phoenix Flames. Okay, submarine yellow. Demonic yellow. Flat yellow is the one I've been using a lot, which is the Vallejo color. Blonde yellow. This to me is kind of a cross between a yellow and an orange. These Phoenix and this Fire Lizard. I probably could put those in there. I think I might do that. Fire Lizard. Phoenix Flames. But this one is Oh, not blonde. It's babe yellow. And funny enough, I've got black and white in Vallejo colors. Where's my black? There it is. Black and white. But I never ever use these because I've got white in a big bottle and black in a big bottle. And that's what I use. So that's going in the extra. Anything yellow or red or blue up here? Nope, doesn't look like it. Yeah. Now, my V&V order, right? You all know that I've been waiting diligently for my V&V order. Well, the tracking came in today saying that it will be delivered today. So I'm excited about that. I'm going to get that in, and maybe tonight I'll do what's in the bag or what's in the box type reviews for it, so that we can explore that together. Okay. Now I still have browns. I think I'm going to put the blue over the flesh. For the reds. Yeah, I'm going to do it over the reds. All right, here we go. I have some other blues up here, like dark sky. I don't think any of these are dark sky. I'm going to put it over here. This is the light Prussian. I'm excited about that one. In addition to light Prussian, I have, oh, okay. I have Vallejo's dark Prussian. Those two work well together. And then I have something called Prussian. Not light or dark, it's just Prussian. I don't know if those, yeah, that Prussian looks a little bit like this light Prussian. I have flat blue, I have blue, and I have dark blue. Now behind the dark blue, I will put deep blue because I don't use that very often. Ultramarine blue. Not ultramarine like the ultramarine space marines. Deep sky blue. Viking blue. And royal blue. Well, that took care of all those blues. Now there is this blue gray and this ice blue and this pale blue. I'm going to kind of put them over here. There we go. Again, remember this side I don't really use that often. Okay. Now I use so many grays that I want to put it on 2 levels. Greens I want to put on 2 levels. And brown I want to put on 2 levels. Those are the main mojammers like that. And then if I use something a lot, I want to put it out here on this. And I was keeping like the browns here, the greens over there, so maybe I should move these. This is going to be part of the grays. Now that's a brown. I do kind of consider these brown as well. They are tan, but and they don't have to stay over here. It's just I'm just trying to organize them so that I'm really what I'm doing is looking for duplicates. That's primarily what I'm doing. And this rubber black is actually a new color I plan to use alongside the tire rubber that I have, another color that I have. And then I also ordered another color, which is smoke black, which I think looks a little bit more like tire rubber. You know what? I'm going to put these all the way at the bottom. Okay. I'm pulling all the browns, but I'm going to be working with tans. Okay. Well, all these washes really? Okay. Because I already know half of these wash bottles are empty. I'm only saving them for their rattler. Okay, there's some. Is that all the washes? Oh, sweet. That's all the washes. Except for my little wash dropper there that I use to thin my wash. Nope, there's one more. Okay, well that can go right there. Okay, that gives me a little bit more space to work with. What did I say we're working with? Grays? Greens? Grays? I don't know. What do I think would be best? I don't want to put gray on top of the metallics because I'll get them mixed up. I'll probably put the greens on top of the metallics. Okay. I'm always going to be working with gray, right? Okay. Gray on top of the flesh. And okay, I don't really have any grays over here. Okay, that's burnt umber. I got field gray, but I almost consider that green. Almost. Okay, so let's go through our greens. Grays. Greens. I've lost my mind already. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, see, this is the tire black, and this is the black rubber. I am going to use these as soon as I paint something that needs rubber on it. Just trying to think in my head, is it going to be brown, green, or gray the easiest to go through? I think it's going to be green, and the only reason why I say that is because I already have a bunch of green out already over there. Yeah, I'm going to do green here, and if I have any overlap, I'll probably put it down here. I'm just guessing. Green, okay. Oh man. Okay. Angel green. Hell with it. Let's just put it on top of the yellow, because if I have any overlap, I'll just put it on there. Okay. Is there anything that even comes close to angel green? I don't think so. I think it's got its own little color. Deep green. This is great for Napoleonics. Green skin. This is really good for Warhammer Orcs. Or edging of bases. Now as I grab these greens, I'm kind of checking to see if there's other greens that are similar. I don't see it. Okay, here's one called Scaly Green. Okay, I think I like that for some straps. Army Green. It's just very vague. It's just Army Green. Now this is called Camo Bright Green. I'm going to put that over there. And I was thinking I might have another one of those. Okay, German Army Field Gray. I'm putting it over here, even though I'm probably never going to use it. German Army Gray Green. Okay. Green Sky. Super bright. Commando Green. I knew that from just looking at it. Okay, here's a Russian uniform. Didn't I? No, I didn't put a Russian uniform up there. Okay, well, here's Elf Green, which is actually a really good camouflage. That khaki looks green. Bazooka Green, also a good color. for just that, bazookas. Or any of that. Okay. Okay, USA uniform green is a little different than this other uniform green they've got over here. Splinter green, light green. I'm going to put light green up here. Okay, I've got some greens in my hand because I want to compare them. Okay, Luftwaffe camouflage green. I use that a bit. German field gray. Vallejo. Okay. German camo dark green. Refractive green. Use that a bit. The green tanker field gray. And this is the old Vallejo field gray. Got in the tub. U.S. Army green. Interesting. Okay, this is a splinter stripes green. Okay, what is this? Oh, field gray, which is actually gray. I don't know why. Doesn't have any green in it. Okay, so here we go. The final ones right here. We've got olive gray. Okay. Here's an olive gray. There we go. I didn't want to duplicate. Did I put a Russian uniform up there? Oh, I was thinking I did. I didn't put it up here. Kind of just over, like this one maybe. Oh, refractive. Okay, maybe not. Well, here is a Russian uniform green. German camo dark green. German camo dark green. Okay, so that's a duplicate. What is this? Russian green. Okay, I knew there was a second one. Okay, this is dark sea green, so I'm not sure what I want to do with that because it looks gray. Wait. Back up. This is Russian green, Where this is Russian uniform green. Okay, hold on. Russian uniform green. Okay. So this Russian uniform green can go over there. But the Russian green can go here because it's kind of like a darker color. Okay. And then these are different too. This is German uniform, olive green, and just plain dark green. What is this? Another field gray? Hold on. Yeah. Same color. Okay. That's why I'm double checking this, because I'm having duplicates. I'm having twins. Okay, that's dark sea blue. What is this? This looks a little necromancer cloak. Okay, that's gray. All right. So, I don't know if there was a German uniform up there. And camo olive or dark green. Looks US. It is. Luftwaffe. Tanker. Russian. Olive gray, not olive green. All the other ones are AK. Okay. I put the German uniform over here. Put dark green up there. Okay. That's a lot of green and not very many over here. Wow. So I could take a dozen of these and put them over here. Waffen. Green uniform base. There's a dark green. And there's a black green. Almost consider those the same. Gunship green. Olive base for the uniform. Dark olive green for helmets, maybe. Light green uniform. Field gray green, love it. Olive green for the tanks. And olive drab. Okay. Perfect. Now all I need to do is adjust. And then I'll go and work through where everything is located later. It doesn't really matter because I mix them up sometimes. There we go. There are the greens. Okay. Should I continue with the browns? Because yeah, I'm going to continue with the browns because they're already out. Now I've got a Vallejo chocolate chip, a chocolate brown, and over here I got an AK chocolate chip. So they're not the same. I'm going to try to avoid the tans, all right? We're going to go with just brown. I think brown is the best way to go. Okay, flat brown. Beige brown I use a lot. Okay, Zeltbond camo, dirt splatter, oak brown. I'm saying them out loud so that if I run into it again, I'll be like, it'll make it easy. It makes it easier for me to remember if I've already said it. If that makes sense. Okay. Both of these are red leather. I already knew that. This is leather brown. I think I've got another leather brown. Here it is. But it's not the same company. Right? Wait, I've got another red leather. Hold on. Oh shit, I got another red leather. Okay. That's all right. So because these are both, one's a little lighter than the other, I'm going to keep them both. And they're two companies, so. Okay. Field drab. Now there's a field drab air. And I know I've got a field drab over here somewhere. somewhere. There it is, field drab. Well, I plan to use the AK one more than anything else, but I'm not going to get rid of these two. I'm going to put this one over here. You know what? I'm going to put this one over here too. Okay, now there is a saddle brown. It's the only one like it. Yep. Saddle brown. Now this is flat earth. I have tan earth. Another field drab. Actually, that's duplicate. Wow, how many field drabs do I have? Okay. You know, these are just earth tones. Flat earth and tan earth. I don't see any flat or tan earths out there. Okay. Flat earth. Tan earth. Okay, there's two monster browns. I didn't think I had that many duplicates. Well, I'm glad I went through my stuff. Okay, this is Splinter Blotches and Field Gray Highlight. I know I don't have duplicates on that. This is a pale camouflage. Now this is camo medium, camo black. Camo medium, camo black. The rest of these I kind of, okay, except for this one, I kind of consider the rest kind of like tan colors or khakis, or you know what I mean. But I'm looking for, what is this? Basilisk brown. That's a brown. Sulfide oxide. Sulfide ochre. Sulfide ochre. I don't know if I use that very often. I'll put that up there. Now this khaki gray, reminds me of the, not the green brown, the brown khaki. That's canvas. Also canvas, different manufacturer. Beige. There should be one up here called ochre khaki. Ah, it's right there. Yep. This is the colors that I normally use for American paratroopers. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm going to take these and place them up there. Canvas for sure. Desert uniform base. Brown base. Brown. Mud brown works good. Love it. Whole red. Don't know how often I use that. Armored red brown. This is the British uniform base. Okay. Okay, we're good. Now let me shift some of these browns that I actually consider brown. This is an English uniform as well. Put that over there. Green brown. Burnt umber is definitely brown. I consider these more tan. But that doesn't mean I can't scooch them over. I can't scooch them over. Denison tan. Tan yellow. These are AK, so I already know I don't have any duplicates of it. Well, I'm going to be putting those up here. Okay, hold on. I think I'm going to be doing tan next. And then I'll do the gray last one. German camo black brown. Oh, I didn't finish my browns. Okay. Thought I had a German camo black brown. Yep, right there. Okay. Okay, sulfide ochre. I thought I already looked at that. Yeah, it's right there on the front cover. That's the duplicate. What do we got here? We got tan yellow. Desert yellow. Green ochre. I think I put a tan yellow, but I think it was not the same manufacturer. Khaki gray. Green brown. And this is Middlestone, which is really a tan. Cork. Okay. Okay. There's the green brown that I knew I had a duplicate of. Yep. Green brown. There's olive gray. This is a green gray. Yeah, I don't see anything that would be close. Yeah, green gray. Okay. Okay. Camo ochre duplicate. You can see it already. Green ochre. German camo beige. Buff. Brain matter. Tooth. Consider both of these kind of, yeah, they're still tan. Pale sand. Tan yellow. Okay. Duplicate. Tan yellow is not the same as desert yellow. It's a war paint anyway, so it's going to be completely different. Khaki webbing. That's a gray. Sand. Buff. Buff. Khaki. Sand yellow. Oh, don't see it in there. Camo beige. German camo beige. Just plain beige. Brain matter beige. Okay, so that's combat fatigues. It's kind of a green, but you know, Gators are kind of a khaki color. Field drab. Highlight Africa core. I think skeleton bone is kind of a gray. Hemp. German camo beige. Yet another khaki. This is model color khaki. This is model color khaki, same part number. Yep. All three of those are the same. Stone gray. Silver gray. Okay, here's dark sand. Pale sand. Okay, those are all the tans. There's a Middleston, which don't really have a whole lot of tans. Actually, I do. Okay, I'm going to put them right here. Middleston. Hemp rope. I use a bit. Okay, green ochre. Okay. Khaki webbing. Gators. Orange ochre. Camel beige. Buff. Okay. Game color and model color khaki are just a little bit off from each other. Cork. Decomposed. Dunkel gelb. Light earth. What do we got here? Okay, green ochre. Where did my canvas go? There's this canvas. Okay, acrid earth. Highlight Where is it this one? Canvas should be tan, right? I thought it was this guy. And then I thought I moved it off to the side to get it ready, but that's the other colors. Where's the canvas? Now I'm befuddled. Did I put it up in the browns? I did. It was right there, canvas tone. Well, I'm going to put my canvas over here. We're going to try that out against each other. Okay, brain matter beige. It's basically just beige. Pale sand. Sand yellow. Oh, that's beige. Okay. Don't need two beiges. Dragon tooth. Skeletal bone. Dark sand. Desert yellow. All right. We're making progress. I'm down to the gray. And then we'll get to painting. Okay. Gray space. I have very little gray space up here. Got 12 and then these guys. So let's see if there's any duplicates. German tank crew. I think that's all by itself. Dark gray. A German of the gray. U.S. olive drab. What the? Okay, I'm just gonna put that right here. Black gray, not just dark gray, but black gray. Okay, blue gray. Intermittent blue. Dark sea gray. Oh, wait. German gray. The duplicate. Neutral gray. Okay, there's 2 Necromancer cloaks. Dark sea blue. Dark sea gray, dark sea blue. Dark blue gray. Okay. Really? Okay. Necromancer cloak. Filthy cape. Some names. Dungeon gray. Uniform gray. Light gray. Light gray blue. Or light blue gray, and that's light gray blue. Okay. Or pale gray blue. Okay. Basalt. Dark sea green. Nope, that's dark sea gray. Wait, dark blue gray. Dark. Those two don't look anything like each other. And they're both dark blue gray. Part number is not the same. Dark blue gray, dark blue gray. Okay. Weird. What do we got here? Assault. Okay. Silver gray. That's what I like to use on horses, actually. Stone gray, which is very similar to Middlestone. Thought I put the Middlestone right there. Did I not? Maybe I put it over here. Luftwaffe gray. Uniform gray. That's a duplicate. Ash gray. Okay, these are all unique. Okay. Field blue, great for Luftwaffe. Helmets, pants. Silver gray, great for horses. Combat fatigues, I'm going to go ahead and put that in the tan area, even though it's not really tan. Stone gray, I'm also going to put in the tan area, because it is like the khaki of the like tanker tops. Okay. Dungeon gray, ash gray, which is kind of a light gray. Then light gray. Uniform gray, great for Napoleonics. German tank crew and German gray. A very dark gray. Necromancer and filthy cape, okay. Also very dark grays. And this dark gray and this black gray I've been using as boots. Boot colors. Pale gray blue. Money holes 4, okay. Good for Italians. And then these guys. Go right here. What did I put right there? Black, gray. Yeah, I use these more than the horse colors. And then these are going to be for the rubber. The rubber meets the road. Done. Not really. I've got a lot of holes. That's good. Washes. That seems empty. So does that. That is not. Light tone. That is not. That seems empty. That's not. Neither is that. Okay, I think these are empty. I'm just going to put them over here out of the way. Open them up, wash them, take their mixing balls, put them in with other paints. Wow, these were all my duplicates. But that's good because I ordered about a dozen more paint from AK this morning. And I did this because, I mean, it's probably not going to be here for a week or two. But I wanted to make sure I was going to have enough room. Plus, I just wanted to clean up my painting area. Okay. So now, yeah, see, it doesn't cover those. It only covers these. That can go with my washes. There we go. Excellent. Let me go grab some French and we'll get started painting these bastards. That's right, you heard me. I called them a bastard. This is the last couple of days of the sale on anything painted. Built, assembled, any of that. That's the sale I've got going on right now. If you're interested in saving some money on inexpensive painted models, check out the eBay store. Now, there will be a new sale coming out on the 8th. It's going to go on till January. Probably January 8th, something like that. I'm not going to reveal everything that sale is going to be about. But let me just say, actually I've got two sales. I got a sale on certain things and then another sale on certain other things. I have an artillery. Get to don't have to go put anything out in the mail because I already did that this morning. I packed all my stuff that was going out today, so I'm already ahead of that game. So, but I am waiting for the mail to get here. See, now I don't know if it's coming by, I think it's coming by UPS or USPS, I'm sorry, just regular mail. And the reason why I say that is because it's an international shipment. When it got to the US, I'm able to track it through USPS. So a lot of times, like UPS or DHL or whoever will transfer an item to a different mailing company and it'll get delivered that way. I know UPS does that quite a bit. Like you'll ship it by UPS, but then it'll arrive by USPS. I even sometimes get Amazon packages through regular mail. Okay, we're looking at it's 11:10 already. Okay. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. Let's see if I can find the paint I'm looking for. Going to the flesh. Going to basic skin tone. I'm going to paint their heads. Everybody's heads. I'm not going to paint their hands or their toenails. I'm just going to paint their heads. And I'm not going to be gentle about it. What I mean by that is I'm not trying to stick between the lines. I'm going to get it on their shakos. I'm going to get it on their collars. You know, and that's fine. I'm not painting the hands because I'm going to paint the hands after I paint everything else. The hands are going to be like one of the last things I paint. I really don't need this cozy. I wear a cozy on my pinky. I don't have a blister, but I wear a cozy on that because when I hold the mouse and I move it around, my pinky drags along on the mouse pad, and after a while it starts to irritate my sensibilities. Gonna have to switch my glasses. Okay, basic skin tone. Is that going to be a good color? I know it is, because I'm going to apply a wash, which is going to darken everything down. Yeah, going for the big brush. And then I'll also use it as a highlight. Okay. Right? Right. Little bit of water. Yeah. I uploaded this morning the store news update. So if you're interested in that, you can always go check it out. Yep, not being very gentle. I'm going to get it on their backpacks. I'm going to get it on their shakos. I'm going to get it on their collars. Not trying to, don't get me wrong. I'm not deliberately doing that. But if it happens, I don't care because I still have to paint the shako, the backpacks, and the collars. So I contacted the owner of these models, and he replied with which battalions they're supposed to be. And so now I'm not up in the air on which flags to use. Now I know exactly which ones I'm supposed to use. I also had a customer ask me or tell me that he had a Warlord starter, for for black powder. The one that comes with the British and the French Waterloo starter or whatever. And he was wanting to know if there was anything that I would recommend adding and I didn't want to tell him that you're never going to stop adding. At the scale that he's playing, which is black powder, you could literally have 100 battalions. But knowing that the starter doesn't come with any kind of command, like no standard bearers, no musicians, no officers to speak of, I told him the best thing to do is to get some command packs, which I have. I have front rank, Perry miniatures, Old Glory, and he didn't buy any. Not from me. He might have bought them from someone else or some such nonsense. Okay, now if the paint doesn't cover the nose as well as I would hope, I don't need to worry about it, because if you remember, I mentioned after I wash it, I'm going to go over the raised areas of the face, mainly the cheek, chins, nose, make those bright. So it'll be kind of like a highlight. Now this color is going on very well. With little or no water added. Actually, I did add a drop of water. So one of the next steps after flesh will be mustache. It's going to be the mustaches and any exposed hair, back of the neck or the sideburns. Mutton chops. I'm very embarrassed to say what I'm about to say. I'm ashamed of myself, but not to the point where I'm not going to say it. I've been putting off painting this for a couple of days. About 3 days, actually. Mainly because I've been spending all my waking hours working on my Traveler campaign. My Traveler campaign is ready to go. I've got everything I need in Roll20 to get started. There are 15 chapters, and I've only got 2 of them finished. And I do mean finished, fleshed out, with all the critters and all the people they're going to meet, and, maps and music and all that. I have done a little bit of work on some of the other chapters already. I mean, just like if I'm doing a world, I might do more than one world at a time just to kind of get the rhythm going. But there's like 1,000 worlds in the area that they're in. Okay, I'm exaggerating. Maybe like 40? Like 40 worlds? And because it's a sandbox campaign, I don't plan to mandate where they go. I will make suggestions. I will give them quests that take them to certain places. But just because a quest is presented to you doesn't mean they have to go on it. I mean, if they want to adventure and play in a role-playing game, you would expect them to go on adventures, right? But they might have a different idea. And so they potentially could go to a world that I have not prepared. So what I'm trying to do is prepare all the worlds from where they are outwards, like a bullseye. So like the first world is Marduk, but from Marduk, and I'm pretty much forcing them to go to Marduk, because that's basically where the campaign starts. But once they get there, they can immediately do stuff and then go somewhere else. And if they go somewhere else, I have to have that ready. So I get all the worlds that are close to Marduk, and I have to prepare them. And then once they get finished, then I will produce the worlds, or I should say prepare the worlds in the next ring out, you know. Now, that's going to be overwork, right? Because let's say they go north, but I had prepared east, west, and south, and north. And then once they go north, then I'm going to have to do east, west, and north again. And maybe they'll go east or something, right? So I'm going to be working on worlds that they may or may not go to. Solar systems and adventure sites. But at a certain point, I'm going to have all the worlds in the area done, and then I can just sit back and let them visit them. But it's that initial getting them all set up. That's the kicker. And that's what I've been doing this last weekend. I've been spending many hours trying to get these worlds ready. But not just that. I'm also trying to get all the rules needed for smooth gameplay into Roll20. Like, just as an example, space combat. Yeah, you can look in the book and we can calculate stuff and we can do space combat on the fly. That's not really that big of a deal. But if I have the range ruler in Roll20 and I've got all the modifiers predetermined and I have tokens for ships to move them around the map, it'll make combat faster and more enjoyable. Because they won't have to be looking things up. They won't have to. So how many dice does a particle beam do? How far can a particle beam shoot? That kind of stuff. They won't have to look it up. It'll be right there on their screen. And I wanted to do that for everything, like all the combat, all the skill tests. But it comes a time when you just have to rely on your gut. Like, I want to pick a lock. Okay, what skill would that be? Well, it's an electric lock, so it's electronics. Because it's it could be intelligence, could be education. Hell, it could be dexterity if it's like booby trapped or they have a fail safe. At that point, I just use my gut and decide, oh, it's this. How hard is it? I just come up with a number. Probably an average test, so could be difficult. If it was average, then it wouldn't be a very good lock. So it's probably difficult. And if it's one of those master locks, might be formidable. Or some such nonsense. One, I've done basically 2 adventures is what I'm working on, working to prepare. One of the adventures takes place on one planet, right? But the second adventure takes place on like 10 different planets. Hopefully, they go on that adventure. They don't have to. They could say, screw it. I'm not doing it. Just to give you guys a little bit of a backstory, the players know this already if they've read their backstories, because I've written them up already. It's a common backstory for the party, just so it's more like history, just so they know what's going on. But basically, a couple of years ago, I had a party of adventurers playing Traveler with me, and we played this campaign called Pirates of Drinax. And it was enjoyable. We gotten through like 7 different adventures before one of the players started to wear on the other players. Believe it or not, he's one of the returning players. But it got to a point where the players were starting to say, you know what, I got other things I got to do. I can't make it. I got work. My schedule changed. I got to do classwork at school. Whatever. They made a bunch of excuses. So we decided to just stop playing. And then we moved on to something like D&D and whatever. The fantasy trip. I'm not sure if I ran RuneQuest for this group. But recently, 2 of my players that I play D&D with on another channel somewhere else, they're asking me, hey, can we like go back into Traveler? We really enjoyed it. We want to play. I'm excited about that because Traveler is one of my favorite role-playing games. So I said, yeah, I'd love to. Then I looked at my campaigns that I have that I would like to run, and I said, you know what? I got this Pirates of Drinax that a couple of these 2 players had both played in, but we never finished. And let's revitalize that campaign. Let's bring it back to life. And they didn't care. So my story is they're going to be making new characters, but I'm going to retcon their backstory into they were in the crew or on the crew or they were the movers and shakers in the crew that performed all those missions in the last campaign. So these two players, because they have intimate knowledge, of the first 7 missions, that they will be the same characters, even though they're making new ones. The new players are going to be people that have been picked up along the way as crew members to fill slots that are empty because the other crew members, the ones not in the campaign any longer, have moved on. Now, one of the reasons why they moved on was at the end of Mission 7, they had captured a ship. And the king requested the ship be delivered to him. So half of the crew took that ship back, and then the other half stayed on the ship to continue on. I just got really thirsty all of a sudden. So basically, once they left, the players knew that they needed to fill the crew slots or run with a skeleton crew. And so they hired new people, which are the new players. And that's basically the name of that tune. Now, what does the king have to do with all this? He's really not anybody important, to be honest. He rules a planet that was devastated in war and longs for a time when his planet was the center of power of their kingdom. And their kingdom had multiple worlds from different systems in it. He's very he's a nice guy. People should like him. But he's nice like John Candy is nice. You know, he's nice in kind of a Rick Moranis kind of way. I don't know how to really explain it, but let's just say that he's nice. He has no warships. Really, he has no fleet at all. And when his Star Guard, which is like his military, found the ship adrift out in the Oort cloud, they brought it, towed it back or whatever, and refurbished it to the best of their abilities, which they don't have any, he concocted this idea, actually his daughter did, concocted this idea that they could get some professionals, some ex-military, ex-merchants, or, people with the skills. He could hire them to act on his behalf using the ship to spread his good name around the different systems. Basically attempting and trying to convince them that it would be in their best interest to join with the king. He does want them to apply pressure to them, but not act on it or whatever. He wants to be the good guy. But nobody will acknowledge him as a king of a multi-system alliance or empire or whatever you want to call it, federation, even though like 600 years ago he was, or their planet, or maybe it was 200 years ago, was the center of power to something called the Sindalan Empire in Exile or something like that. But nowadays there's no Sindalan Empire, there's no ruler. This whole area of space is a bunch of independent planets that don't serve anyone. They've all been beaten into submission by this alien race called Aslan that have come through and nuked everybody and basically sent everybody back into the Stone Age. Okay, so his daughter concocted this idea that if they were acknowledged as the rightful heir of the Sindalan Empire, then they would have authority. So she came up with this idea that she needs to get one of the major powers to acknowledge them as legitimate. And it doesn't look like the Aslans are going to acknowledge them because there's some deep-seated hatred there. So they want to get the Empire, which is the other local faction, to acknowledge them. And so the plan is to harass, okay, this is weird, harass the merchants and the people with the money by raiding their shipping, disturbing their profits to a point where they go to the Empire and say, protect us, or send an emissary or something to stop the raids because they're losing money. Because once the Empire sends somebody, what they've basically done is acknowledged the king as a threat, or acknowledged him as a nuisance or something. But the point is, they've acknowledged him. And that's all he wants. He just wants the Empire to say, yeah, you're the big man in the block. Please stop, or we're going to have to get involved, or something like this. And the player's job is to be the one that interrupts the trade and raids and becomes pirates. So, kind of like Lafayette against the British during the War of 1812. So the players have permission by someone who doesn't have the authority to give them permission to go around being pirates. But only against the merchants that are doing business with the Empire. Not independent merchants in the area or planetary governments. They don't want them raiding planetary governments because they're trying to win them over. And that's where it becomes difficult. Because they can raid and they can rob and they can loot and get the booty and all that. But that's not going to be everywhere they go. Right? So they've got to, and this king isn't going to be able to finance them. First of all, he doesn't have the means. And he has no way to get the money to them. That kind of stuff. So they've got to earn their own way. So they get to keep all the loot and the booty and all that. And they can sell it if they have, contacts where they can sell this stuff. He just asks that they give him 10% of the loot because he's letting them use his warship for no cost. Or I should say, the cost is 10% of their loot. So it's really a sweet deal for the players. They don't have to attack people, right? They don't have to be pirates. They can be defenders. So in that first 7 missions, they went to a planet to get them to, see the light of the king, and they were just recently attacked by a couple of ships, raided. And so the players volunteered to go hunt them down or check them out or investigate or something. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And they did. And that took them to a second world, which also was raided by these pirates. Which took them on a goose chase to another world And on the way, they met a pirate that knew how to get to this world that they're trying to get to, because it's the world they're trying to go to was too far away for their engines to reach without them going like way out of their way. So by finding this guy and befriending him, he shared with them a secret passage that allowed them to get to this world. They got to the world, they asked around, they found, I'm not going to say everything that happened, but they found out where this pirate hangs out. He hangs out on this moon. So they went to the moon to confront him. There was a big fight, which the pirate lost because the pirate had a merchant ship and the players have a warship. There was a boarding action. It went quick. He got captured. Okay. Now, between that time and the campaign, I did a little exposition. The party returned the pirate captain to those first two worlds for punishment, which in turn gained favor by those two worlds for the king, because that basically shows them that the king looks out for his people or whatever, and it would be beneficial for them to join the kingdom. And so now they look favorably on the players and the kingdom, and they put the guy to punishment. They imprisoned him. Now that ship that he was on, severely damaged but able to jump, they sent it back to the king with the players that are no longer in the campaign. And they can consider their debt paid up until that point. So now the king has two ships. He's going to have to fix it, but better than not having it. So that's the synopsis of how we're going to start. Some of these players have never played Traveler before. They've always wanted to. Some have probably played Traveler before and enjoy it. And I put a message out last night that even though we're all adults, I'm going to be streaming this. So there's going to be people watching that might or might not be adults. So refrain from cussing. Be polite with the other players. Basically just gave them the riot act. Be polite with the other players. Don't overtalk each other, and don't go out of your way to try to hurt the other players. You're a team. You are all crew members on the same ship. And I'm going to kind of rub that in the first session. Not the second session. Or not not session 0. That's character creation. But in the first session, they're going to spend some time together alone. No other passengers, and they're going to have to maybe role play a little bit amongst themselves because I want them to get to know each other. And I want to learn what the players do, the characters, what do they do when they're in jump space? Because jump space is a week-long isolation. When you go from world to world, there's a week of time spent in an alternate dimension. You have no connection to the outside world. What do you do? I'm kind of curious about that. Got to chat. I got to switch glasses to be able to read the monitor. Jonathan says, "Good afternoon, Mr. E. Looking forward to Trawler this week." Me too. It's really only character creation, though. But sometimes character creation can be the most exciting part of a game sometimes. I hope it's not, because I want my game to be exciting, but I also want every session to be good. But I am ready. I've got all their character sheets ready to go. I've got all the tables and charts available. I even uploaded a PDF from Mongoose called The Explorer's Guide or something like that. It's basically the abbreviated rules to get you started. So it's rules, and they're not inaccurate. It's not like basic D&D versus advanced D&D where there's changes. No, these rules are all correct. They're just not complete. It's like they left a few things out. No, it's not a beer. Definitely not a Bud Light. It's a Nilo. Fuente de Vida. Fuente de Vida. 100% Agua de Coco. Coconut water. Taste delicious. Why doesn't that say taste delicioso or whatever it's supposed to be? It's like half in Spanish and half in English. Coconut water is made using premium hand-selected coconuts, exclusively grown in the tropics. Always delivering you the best superfruit juices to bring a boost to your nutrition. Nice. This is in fine print. Calories. 105. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. For no sugar added. Okay. Continuing on. Did I put water in here? I don't think I did. I did this time. Yeah, so normally when I do commissions, this is normal. I usually do about 3 colors a day, depending on the size of the units that I'm doing. So, like, I'll do a flesh, I'll do like a jacket, I'll do a boot or something, and then I'll let that sit and dry for a day. Then I'll come back because that usually takes me about 8 hours if I'm doing 100 models. If I'm doing a small commission, like one figure, I could probably finish it in 2 days, start to finish. Um, if I'm doing a small unit, like 24 figure battalion, I can definitely have that done in less than a week because I'll be able to do more than 3 colors a day. I'll probably do 4 or 5 colors a day. And once I get to about 20 colors, that's about where I call it quits. This is actually not that big of a commission. Um, an army box set, the Warlord Games army box, French starter army. That's like a normal size commission. I think I counted 175 figures. I count horse cavalry as 2 figures, basically. I count the artillery as 4 figures. The gun and the 4 crew. So it's 5 figures, I'm sorry. Because I count the gun as a figure. I charge nothing extra to put flags on. If the flag is provided. I don't give you a free flag. But like this army starter came with a sheet of flags. 6 of them. Yeah, we're gonna do mustaches after this. Mustache and hair. And that really applies only to leadership, grenadiers, and voltigeurs. I'm going to have to look at the cavalry and see if they've got mustache. Okay, drummers, standard bearers, they're all good. Okay, these are different heads. These are the soft-capped heads. And again, I'm using a giant brush because this is it's like pre-Shako, pre-collar. The Shako and the collar is going to get painted afterwards. At least the collar is going to get painted with a finer tipped brush. But because it's not painted yet, I can use a big brush and make mistakes. My training, my schooling, my learning of painting says one of the rules is use the biggest brush for the amount of detail that you're going for. Because size matters. No, that's not why. Because a bigger brush will hold more paint and you will have less trips to your palette. So you'll actually cover more. So I got excited about the Wargames Atlantic Skeletal Cavalry box, thinking it was out. I went to go put an order in, and it's not out yet. It's just like in production, like it's ready to be like got a couple more steps to go. So I put my pen right down and I didn't order anything because I looked at their product list and I have almost everything from them. Almost like 99% of everything from them in my store. So I don't need to put another order in until something new comes out. I don't think I have any skeletal warriors in the store, like the regular ground troops. I have painted ones on the shelf, ready to go. Because I think I had 2 boxes of them and I opened them both and painted them. But I wasn't going to put an order in for just a couple of boxes of skeletons. Shipping would have made it not worth it. I'm looking forward to the V&V order. When it comes in, I'm going to stop everything and go take a look at it. I would like to do some what's in the box videos, which I can do while you guys watch, but I could also end the stream and do it, or I could do it while you're watching, because I can record and stream at the same time. because my computer is not a slouch. Speaking of slouches, I'm being funny, but just speaking of bestial computers, I made a comment in my stream announcement that I don't understand how you role play online on your phone. I can see in an emergency, like you're not at home, you're traveling or something, and you don't have your computer with you. You use your phone to log in and play from your phone. I get that. But barring that, how does anyone in this world survive without a computer? I mean, I understand there's some very young Gen Zers probably that only use their phone for everything, like watching videos or accessing the internet is all done on their phone. Live streaming, TikTok or whatever. I just can't wrap my head around someone, some professional, some adult. I'm not talking about a 18-year-old. I'm talking about someone that's 25 years old that doesn't have a computer. It just blows my mind. First of all, they're probably not even working. They're probably home alone in their mother's basement watching TikTok on their phone and then trying to get into somebody's role-playing game from their phone. I just can't imagine it. It just blows my mind. Do you remember, you're probably not old enough, 1980. That's right, I said it. 1980, when the TRS-80 came out. I had to have one. I was way too young. My job didn't pay. I was a paper boy. I was way too young. But even then, I could see the value of having a computer. At the time, we didn't have cell phones with miniature computers built in. That's true. My first computer, if you remember this, was an Apple IIc. Remember the Apple IIc? I don't think the C stood for color. I think it was compact. Because it was a little bitty laptop. It had an amber screen, not a green screen. Color was just coming out. It was hard to get something with color. This chasseur does not have a mustache. So one of my players tried to invite one of his friends, which I said, no problem. That's good, better, you know. A friend of yours is a friend of mine, that kind of deal. And then he got on there and said, I don't have a computer. I also don't have the internet. My jaw dropped. How does someone, an adult, not have the internet? Now, I understand he's got mobile internet, data, if you will, on his phone. But that's not unlimited. Plus, there's going to be delays and lag and dropped calls, and I know how the phone system works. I used to work for AT&T. I told him, sorry, you're out of the game. You don't have the internet, you don't have a computer, you're out. That's right. I was mean about it. I wasn't mean. I was just letting him know that it would be better. Oh, this guy does have a mustache. But then again, he's part of the elite company. It would be better for him not to use up all of his data playing 4 hours a week, 16 hours a month. That's a lot of data. I mean, Roll20 is not gentle on your data, because you got moving tokens and animations and sound and all kinds of stuff happening. So for his peace of mind and my peace of mind, I told him it would be better if you don't play. So what brought this up? Why did I even bring it up? Last night, it was 1 o'clock in my time because, like I said, my waking hours I was spending working on this Traveler campaign. So last night at about 1 o'clock, I was getting ready to log out. I decided to get on my Discord. I don't stay logged into Discord like some of these whippersnappers. I only log in when I've got something to say or if I want to see if somebody else had something to say. Right? And that's really what I did was I logged in to see what kind of conversations were going on, what I needed to address or, talk about. And primarily I was getting on there to give them my riot act. Let them know that I didn't want to hear any cussing. Cussing's okay, we're all adults. But just not in excess, Be on time, show up to the game on time. And I said 5 minutes early is on time. Showing up on the clock, like 6 o'clock's the game. If you show up at 5 minutes before 6, you're on time. If you show up at 6, you're late. And I said the quickest way to get removed from the campaign is to not show up. Right? Basically, I hate doing that kind of stuff, but sometimes it needs to be said just so that people aren't confused when I kick them from the game. Or, like, I'll get a lot of this, oh, well, I'm here. It's just 15 minutes after you start. You know, I made it. I forgot. You know, I was eating dinner. You know the game is at 6. Why are you eating dinner at 6? You're an adult. Manage your time better. Put it on your phone. Ha 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 ha. But I was like, I was on there, and then one of the players was on there as well. And he said it was only midnight, which tells me he's in mountain time because I'm central time. It's perfectly fine. I mean, that doesn't affect me at all. It's just kind of interesting. And he asks me, wait a second, you just posted something that said that there were going to be viewers. What is this all about? And the first thing that went to my mind was, you didn't read my post. Okay, that's all the face flesh. Face flesh. That's right. Face flesh. I could probably do everything with this brush because it's got a really good point. But I'm not going to. I'm going to change to a slightly smaller brush because of the mustache. The back of the neck, the hair, no big deal. Yeah, that's perfect. The post I'm talking about is like the announcement for the game. Every time I post anything in Roll20 or on the internet or in our Discord, I always mention that we're going to be streaming the game. I want people to be on camera, but if you're not on camera, it's not a deal breaker, you know, because I understand there are some people that are wusses and they don't want to get on a camera. Or I can get that. That's not something that is a necessity to live your life, unlike owning a computer and having the internet. I mean, how do you watch Netflix on your big screen TV? Oh, you don't have a big screen TV. You watch Netflix on a 4-inch screen. That's just ridiculous to me. Ooh, taking a small break. My fingers and you guys. I'm reaching for a piece of candy. So he gets on there and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's really late. You know, I forgot." And then he private messages me. This is nothing embarrassing. I'm not calling him out or anything like that. But he's subconscious about his voice. Not even his face, his voice. Apparently, when he was young, like around 16 or something like that, he had an accident, a chemical accident, and the medicine that they gave him for this accident disrupted his vocal cords, which means he doesn't have a low pitched voice. My understanding is his voice is going to be high pitched. I don't know. I've never spoken to the man. We've only chatted in Discord. If this is all true, which I have no reason to doubt it, but if it's true that he's going to get on the stream and his voice is going to be really high pitched or something, not meaning to insult anybody, but if it is, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not going to ridicule this man or embarrass him or try to shame him or anything because of his voice. If anybody does that, then they're the person with the problem, not him. I told him that, I'll back you up. Don't worry about it. And what I think you should do is, in our first game session, just come out and tell everybody what happened so that everybody can be on the same sheet. They can understand. The viewers will understand what's going on with your voice and not be assholes about it or whatever. There's still always going to be somebody that's an asshole. But if they are, they're the person that's got the issue, not you. So don't worry about it. None of the players are going to have a problem with him. Now, if that's just an excuse from a 12-year-old that wants to play, and he says, "Oh, I have this voice because I had an accident," then that's okay too, because I didn't. I mean, it's not okay that he lied to me. He hasn't. I don't have any belief that he did, but if it winds up being that's the case, he wouldn't have had to have done that because I didn't put an age limit on the game. You could have been a 5-year-old and said, "I want to play," and I would have been okay. I probably wouldn't have, actually. But a teenager, hell, that's when I started playing D&D, is when I was a teenager. And I didn't know what I was doing. So I would have been happy to have a mentor that showed me how to role play and play role-playing games and stuff. So if he's young, I wish he would have just said, "I'm young." But he also might actually have a medical issue with his throat. His vocal cords might have not developed properly. And that's unfortunate. And there's no way for me to know or care. Okay, we're going with the mustaches. And the back of their neck, the hair. I've decided to use dark brown. What is it now? Around 12? Let's dismiss that. Yeah, it's 12:30. That's fine. I do plan on streaming again tomorrow, but that doesn't mean I am. That means I plan on it. Just stay abreast, follow the channel. Etc. Etc. All right, dark brown. Dr. Brown. And again, if I get it on the Jayco or the collar, that's okay. Because those haven't been painted yet. And also, I've already painted flesh over their hair. So if I miss a spot, that's okay. It's almost like you can see, like he's got thin hair back there, like it's shaved or something. Also, if I miss a spot, it's probably because of the texture of the hair and the wash should settle that. Should resolve that issue. These guys have a lot of hair. Now, they don't have mustaches, but some of them got mutton chops. Big old sideburns. And it's okay if I paint the neck strap because I haven't painted that yet. I'm a broken record. Okay. I like what the... Okay, now I'm getting a little political right here. A little ideological. I like what the Daily Wire is all about. If you guys don't know about the Daily Wire, then don't worry about it. But I like what they're all about and the message that they are going to, trying to give out and all that. I believe in 99% of what they say. I don't like Candace Owens. I just personally don't like her. Don't like what she has to say or how she has to say it. But I believe it's still a free country and she's allowed to say what she wants to say. That's okay. The rest of them, I pretty much like what they have to say. And then they're coming out with a movie. You guys have probably seen it. It's been advertised like crazy. Lady Ballers. It's a comedy, but it strikes at what's going on in culture today and how stupid a lot of it is. And they don't have to change anything to make it a comedy. That's what's amazing. But here's my point. I'm not going to subscribe to a service to listen to them rant about political issues. Even if they have a movie that I would like to watch, but I would not like to pay money to watch it. I know it probably costs them a pretty penny to make, and there are people out there that are paying subscription fees to go watch this movie. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to pay a monthly subscription to watch one movie. Okay, I said my piece. Okay, I might be going a little excessive on the mutton chop, so I got to kind of ease back on that. When I go to, I'm going to apply a wash to these figures, as I always do. I will be going back over their faces and highlighting their cheeks and nose. Really now. At that point, I should be able to fix any overpaints from the mutton chop. Okay, these Volta-Gears, well, actually, these guys are Grenadiers. They had some serious mustaches. Okay. Which had to be dealt with. Yeah, so I plan to put maximum effort into completing this French army for this customer uh, by next weekend. Luckily, I should be able to do that now that most of my traveler stuff is done. Yeah, luckily these guys don't have like bangs hanging down under their Jaco. I'm just getting sideburns. Okay, we're gonna go with these guys and then these guys because they all have a mustache. Excuse me. Do the mustache first. That looks good. Nice and thick and bushy. I've got my proverbial tongue sticking out. Not really, but you get the idea. All right, now when I do their little sideburns, it should connect to their mustache. Oh, it does. It looks good. Wash and then the face highlights will really make a difference when we get that far. So have you guys seen the trailer for Fallout, the series? I'm not a fan of the game. I have a friend who's a big fan of the game. I'm sure he's going to be excited. I'm also going to be excited for the series, just not the game. Yeah, those guys' mustaches look good. They look great, actually. Okay, let's do their hair. But they'll look even better once the wash is applied and the highlights are added. This is really just a base coat. You can't see it. The focus is not set to auto. It's set to that range. All right, grenadiers. Mustache first, then sideburns. Seems to work better that way. Well, that might be too much. So I saw a movie last night. It was on YouTube. It was like one of those movie you can just watch on YouTube, a YouTube movie or whatever they call it. Um, it was a movie that I had never ever seen before. It was old, you know. It was British. These guys were British soldiers stationed in Africa, training the African nation, this one of these nations, to be soldiers. There was only a handful of actors in it. And it revolved around the sergeant's mess. And yeah, people coming and going and stuff like that. But it was good. It was well done. And they had these Bofors and stuff. It was a very enjoyable watch. I had never seen it. And that's probably part of the reason why I liked it. Because it was brand new to me. It was the attack on Botswana or Batsaloni or something. I don't know. It's fictional. It's not an actual like reenactment. It was just a story. Um, I don't want to give you a spoiler if you plan to go watch it. So, close your ears because I'm going to give a spoiler. I wanted to hate the Sergeant Major. At the very beginning, I said, that guy is an asshole. He's a jerk. He's a dick or whatever. But as the show went on, I started to fall in love with him. And I approved of everything he did. You know, and was like, wow, you know. He's just trying to keep his men alive, etc., etc. And then at the very end, the commanding officer says, we're sending you back to England. Basically in disgrace. Because what he did was considered at that time excessive. Or I should say after the fact. You know, nobody knew how it was going to turn out. And he was just trying to keep his guys alive. But then they said, you didn't need to do any of that. It was all going to be peaceful. And that's when my heart broke. I was like, damn, this guy was just trying to do the right thing. Not trying to be a hero or anything. But they looked at him like he was trying to be a hero. It's a very good story, I will have to say. Thoroughly enjoyed it. These chasseurs don't have those mutton chops. Well, they got their chin straps down, which would cover their mutton chops. Maybe it was called the Siege of Botswana or Batsaluki or something. I don't remember what it's called. It's a made up name, so that's why I don't remember it. But it was a B name, I think. Basili or Basili or something like that. The main actor was a very well known. A couple of the actors were very well, like three of them I recognized. Um, yeah, like three of them I recognized, but the sergeant major, he has a recognizable name, like Sean Connery or something like that. It's not that. It's older than that. I think it was black and white colorized. It had to have been made right after World War II because that's the equipment they were using. Um, Bren guns and Sten guns, the Bofor anti-aircraft gun. Well, this guy's well shaven. Does have a mutton shop though. It's the style of the day, of the year, of the era. I guess day is the proper term. I was self-correcting myself. Um, I heard some people go by outside. I don't know if that was the mail. I think it wasn't. But once I get all these hairs done, I'll go check to see if my flag is down. Getting behind the musket's a little tricky. But it can be done. If you guys haven't gone and checked out the Kraus Collection channel, I recommend checking them out. He just uploaded a video about a papal army, which my understanding is it's about the time when Machiavelli was trying to do his thing, the Italian city-states. And the church had their own army. I think that's why they call it the papal army, for the Pope. And he does a really good job with his paint jobs. I was very impressed with them. I disagree a little bit with his basing style. That's, who am I to say? It's his basis. Do what he wants. There's no consistency. It's like they're all based all different kinds of ways. And another reason why I normally only get like 3 colors a day in is because my eyes start to strain after staring at miniatures for so long. You know, you got to take frequent breaks to let your eyes adjust and get back to normal or whatever. And by doing that, it limits how much time you can dedicate on painting. But 3 colors is about my limit on my eyes. When I'm talking about 175 miniatures. There's 100 infantry, 12 cav, an artillery gun with crew, and 2 general figures. Now, after this, he's got a Polish group, like 2 battalions of Polish. Maybe three. Three, yeah, maybe it's 3 battalions. Oh, these guys don't have mustache. They have mutton chops. No, they don't. Because this is the set where the chin straps are down. Yep, covering their sideburns. That might be why they have sideburns. Oh, see now? My mind is working. It might be they grow out their sideburns to be padding or to prevent irritation from the chin strap that rubs up against your cheeks. Because it looks like the mutton chops and the chin straps are exactly the same location and size. Well, I wonder if that's the case. That's why that was the style. I don't think so, because I think the civilians had them as well. But a lot of times style comes from the military. You know, like double-breasted jackets and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, my eyes were starting to go all blurry-eyed. And I didn't feel like it was extremely cold outside today. Um, I know yesterday it was around 50 degrees. And what's kind of funny, and I'm not pressing because I really don't care, we don't have our Christmas tree up. I know there are people that put their Christmas tree up like the day after Thanksgiving, or sometimes even before Thanksgiving, because they're really looking forward to Christmas. You know, it's like their favorite holiday or whatever. Which I love Christmas, don't get me wrong. Christmas is a beautiful holiday. It's a good sentiment. And I've already bought my Christmas presents. They're miniatures. No, they're not. I was going to get a garden gnome for my wife. And you're like, what? A garden gnome? You know? Uh, because I bought her a Titan's garden gnome uh, a few years ago. And she puts it out. She picks it up and puts it out for the holidays. I don't think she realizes what a garden gnome is supposed to be. But I saw this garden gnome online. It was medieval. It had like a medieval armored suit on and a helmet and all that. And she's big into the SCA, which I introduced her to. And I think she would find it cute. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't find like a girl gnome, dressed like a damsel in distress or whatever. A medieval lady. Or I would have got one of those. But I wound up not doing it. They were way more expensive than I remember. Yes, everything's getting more expensive. But those were like astronomically more expensive than I remembered. Now they might be exactly the same price and I just have a bad memory. Or their prices skyrocketed. So I decided to get her something a little more traditional. And hopefully she likes it. I'm not going to say because you never know. She might watch this video. Oh, this guy's got a mustache. See now? Well, there's only one officer with a mustache. Okay, two. There's two officers with a mustache. Get these officers squared away. Oh, yeah. Boom. He's looking good, looking good. What about you? You second officer with a mustache? Also looking good. Alrighty. I'm getting there. I think the standard bearers all have mustaches. They do. My eyes are starting to get tired. Now these drummers are young men. I don't think they have any kind of mustache. Not boys. Not anymore. They're young men. Let's just double check. Nope. Okay. I've always identified covered shakos as being Waterloo. But I guess there's covered shakos through all the time periods because it could possibly rain anywhere. And it's to protect the felt from getting, soaked or waterlogged, or the cardboard underneath from, disintegrating. Oh, part of the reason why I mentioned the weather is because I'm hearing stuff outside, but it sounds like it's the wind blowing stuff around. Okay, only 2 of these guys have mustaches. All right. So far, so good. And those 3 are probably all going to have a mustache. Okay, soft caps, come on. This is the stick of soft caps. Yeah, so I still have to edit that video where I compared the field grays from all the different brands. And I did it for myself because I got a brand new AK field drab, not field drab, field gray. And I wanted to compare it, and so I figured I'd do a video about it. And I actually learned a little bit about the colors that I have it primed and which field grays work best with which colors, like which primer. Yeah, I learned quite a bit. And I'm going to share it with everyone. But I will say that I fell in love with my AK field gray. It outshined my Vallejo and my Army painter, in my opinion. Different people might have different opinions. I'm going to, or I need to, like this afternoon, scour the internet, find some good color photos of German field gray uniforms so that I may compare my test on camera. So what I'll do is I'll upload those videos into my video. Hey, we're almost there. The hair is almost there. I'll give you a little spoiler. The field gray showed up the best. Now, not even on a figure. This is just on a popsicle stick that I primed for these tests. But it showed up best on black and brown. The white and the gray primed popsicle sticks, they didn't look good. None of them did. But the black and the brown primed sticks, the field gray came out really nice looking. Okay, that was too much. That one is, both of them are going to have to be fixed. Wow. Coming at it from the wrong angle is what's happening. There we go. Okay. Yep, that looks good. I'm kind of secretly hoping that the letter I sent to AK this morning is going to result in me getting the proper green from the set that I bought. But in the email, I told them, you don't have to do anything. I just wanted to let you know so that maybe you can go check your other sets. Because someone else might get the same thing. I actually received the wrong green in the Africa Corps set. And no big deal. I think it was supposed to be a dark green. And I received a very light green. A green that I don't even know what it is, but it's called algae green or alga green or something like that. And it's a very bright green, which is good for like certain camouflage patterns and stuff, but not the Africa core. Maybe their straps are supposed to be that color or something. It's possible. Okay, those guys are all good with their mustache. What about you two? I just put this guy together to be like an ADC or a runner or an alternative general like brigade commander if they need it. Okay. I think he has a mustache, so I'm going to give him one. Very hard to see. Well, he's got one now. Okay, so that's all the hair. And mustaches. So the heads are basically done. Not that, well, the human head is pretty much done, except once I apply the wash, I'm going to go in and do some highlights with some flesh. Okay, guys, give me like just a few seconds. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to look down the sidewalk, and I want to see if my mail's been picked up. If it has, maybe my V&V order is here. If it hasn't, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Walking like an old man. Flag is still up. Okay, so it hasn't run yet. And I checked the package delivery area, and there's no V&V box sitting up there. So I bet you it would fit in the mailbox. I'm just guessing because I've got a giant mailbox. My mailbox is like 11 inches wide by like 14 inches tall and like 24 inches deep. It's massive. Now, I can't put a 14-inch package in straight up like that because at about 11 inches, it domes, right? So if I go with a 12-inch box, I have to shove it in or squeeze it in nice and tight. So so usually if it's 12 inches or more, I don't put it in the mailbox. I schedule a pickup. And my mail lady hates it when she has to get out of her car. She's a character. Well, it's 1:30. I've been on since 9. So what I'm going to do is end the video here. I'm going to edit that video with the field grays. Try to upload that today. So hopefully you'll see that sometime tonight, probably. Otherwise, come back tomorrow around 10, 11. I don't know when I'm going to get on. But when I do, we'll go on to another couple of colors and continue on with this project. I'm trying to, now that I've got the faces and I've got the jackets, I can do hats really quickly. Just black, done. And then, except for the covered ones and the soft caps, those are all going to have to be done a little bit differently. Yeah, I don't know. I might do some horse blending because that's due. I broke out the colors I was going to use on the horse over here. So, yeah, whatever I feel like, but we'll be doing that tomorrow. All right, guys, thanks for coming out and checking this out. And be sure to check out the sale on the eBay store. Don't forget to go check that out. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All right.